dated December 26, 2022.
jury by stating your name and spelling for the court reporter.
My name is Nicole Mejia, Nicole-Mejia, and I'm a crime scene analyst for the Dallas Police Department crime scene section.
And how long have you been with the Dallas Police Department?
About 16 years and 1 month.
And how long have you been in the crime scene unit?
16 years and 1 month.
What are your duties with the crime scene unit?
I'm a crime scene analyst. I respond to crimes against persons calls, which involved officer-involved incidents, homicides, assaults, and robberies.
And in your role as a crime scene analyst with DPD, do you recall responding to Methodist Hospital here in Dallas on the date of October 22nd, 2022?
Yes.
And you recall approximately what time you arrived at the hospital that day?
About 1:06 p.m.
And for the record, can you please state the physical address of the hospital?
I have it as 1441 North Beckley Avenue.
Is that located in Dallas County?
Yes.
State of Texas?
Yes.
Okay. Please tell the members of the jury what you did when you got there.
I went to assist the lead crime scene analyst at the call. I arrived onto the 4th floor labor and delivery unit and collected some items from a responding officer.
So you stated that you assisted the lead crime scene analyst. Who was that? What's her name?
Haley Young.
Okay. Did you confer with anybody before you proceeded to process the evidence that you processed?
I met with the officer Mismatch and collected some items from him, and also met with 2 other officers who I photographed their uniforms.
Okay, so you say you conferred with Officer Mismatch. What items of evidence did you collect from him?
I collected the magazine. It's a Smith & Wesson 6-capacity magazine that was fully loaded with 380 auto cartridges and a Texas State ID.
Okay, and you said that you also photographed another officer?
Yes, I photographed the Sergeant Rangel, and I collected his firearm as well.
Commissioner Coach, you ready, Sean?
You may.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits number 24 through 31. If you can please just confirm whether or not these photographs look familiar to you.
Yes.
Are these photographs that you took at the scene that day?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the items of evidence that you collected that day?
Yes.
This time the state's going to offer State Exhibit number 24 through 31 to the council court.
State's Exhibits 24 through 34 are admitted for all purposes.
Through 31, Ron.
31,
Yes. Commissioner Post to the jury.
yes.
All right, so we're looking at State Exhibit number 24 on the screen right now. Is that Sergeant Rangel's firearm that you just testified that you collected?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what kind of weapon that was?
It was a Glock 45 9x19.
State's 25, just a different angle on the backside of the firearm.
Yes.
What does the round at the top indicate? And what is that round up there for?
That was the round that was in the chamber.
State's 26, again, just showing the brand and the model of the firearm. Is that correct? That you just testified to?
Yes.
State's 27 appears to show the serial number of the firearm. Can you read that off for the record, please, and for the jury?
BMYM975.
State's Exhibit number 28. Does this appear to be the magazine that you collected, the Smith & Wesson 380?
Yes.
Okay, you just testified that it was fully loaded with 6 rounds. Is that correct?
Yes.
30, just another photograph of the round showing the caliber 380 auto.
Yes.
And then finally, State 31 is going to be the state ID card that you collected from Detective Mismatch. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you can see on that screen, can you read off the name of that individual and the date of birth?
Nestor Oswaldo Hernandez, and it's August 1st, 1992.
Thank you. Pastor Winshar, thank you.
No questions, thank you, ma'am.
All right, may this witness be released?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you bring some physical evidence with you today?
Yes.
What did you bring with you today?
I brought the ID card, magazine, and the cartridges to that magazine.
Okay, and how did you get to court this morning, do you know?
Haley Young brought them in.
And she was the lead crime scene analyst on this case that you just testified to?
Yes.
If you could just go ahead and open up that envelope first, please.
I'm gonna open this up too. Those are the cartridges to that.
At this time, Your Honor, the state's going to offer State Exhibit number 32, which is going to be the magazine from the .380 pistol. State Exhibit number 33 is going to be the defendant's ID card, and State Exhibit number 174, which is a separate packet of the rounds that were located inside the .380 magazine.
174 is one of the separate packets containing what?
The 6 cartridges from the magazine.
Any objection?
No objection.
Case Exhibits 32, 33, and 174 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we have no further questions.
That's it, I'll make it.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Williams. Oh, your next witness.
At this time, the state calls Haley Young. Before she comes in, Your Honor, I'd like to play a small, about 40-second portion of State's Exhibit number 14, which is going to be surveillance from Methodist Hospital from the public entry. And for the record, I'm going to start at a time of 11:15 and 0 seconds.
How many minutes is it?
It's about 40 seconds, 42 seconds, Your Honor.
42 seconds. You need the lights off?
Yes, Your Honor, please. starting at a time of 11:15 and 0 seconds. For the record, at this point, the video is showing that a Methodist nurse is giving chest compressions to victim Annette Flowers behind the nurse's station. At this time, the video is depicting medical staff dragging her outside of the public entry doors into the public corridor across from the elevators, where they continue to give her medical aid at that time. And I'll pause the video at 11:15 and 50 seconds. Thank you, Ron.
Ma'am, would you raise your right hand for me?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you. They can proceed.
Thank you, Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Haley, Haley, Young, Young.
And Haley, how are you currently employed?
I am currently employed as a civilian crime scene analyst with the City of Dallas Police Department.
And how long have you been with the Dallas Police Department?
Just since April of 2021.
Okay, and how long have you been with the crime scene department?
I have been with the crime scene department since April of 2021.
And so what are your current duties?
My current duties are to process and document crime scenes through notes, photographs, sketches, collection of evidence, processing, and preservation.
All right, let me take you back to the date of October 22nd, 2022, at approximately 12:05 p.m. Do you recall responding to Methodist Hospital here in Dallas to process a crime scene?
I do.
Okay. And did you in fact respond to the location?
I did.
Just kind of talk in general to the jury about how you normally process a crime scene.
Okay, let me move this. So typically when we get to a crime scene, the first thing we want to do is talk to officers and talk to the people on scene just to understand what we're dealing with so we know how to proceed. We don't want to just barge in for fear of, contaminating or destroying evidence. So I speak with officers involved. They give me a rundown of what happened.
Counsel, can you run the unboxing thing?
I can sit them on the. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the first thing I'll do after I've spoken and gotten the rundown is I will start with photographs because we want to document the scene as we first see it. So from beginning to end, it's photographs, photographs, photographs. And then after that, I will start marking what I believe is evidence based on what I've been told what happened. And then I'll photograph all of that. We do a sketch. In situations like this, we have a Leica scanner that will do a 360-degree scan of the room. So it gives a much better representation, a very accurate representation of what the room looks like, better than we can do sketches and measurements. And then from there, we will pick up the evidence and we'll collect it and take it back to the lab, finish all the packaging, stuff that needs to go to be tested, we send that to be tested. Anything else, we send it to our property room. And then detectives can decide from there what they want to do with it.
So as far as this particular crime scene at Methodist Hospital, did you confer with anybody before you started processing this scene?
I did. My supervisor was there, and he and I spoke with some of the detectives that were already on scene to who explained to us what had happened.
Now, once you started going to the scene, did did you photograph the scene thoroughly?
I did.
Commissioner, approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits number 34 through 127. You can just look through those and tell me if those are the photographs that you took at the hospital that day.
These are my photos.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the scene as you processed it that day?
Yes, they do.
It's time on the State's offers State's Exhibits number 34 through 127 for all purposes. Senator counsel for objection.
No objection.
All right, State's Exhibits 34 through 127 are admitted for all purposes.
Did we not have 34?
All right, so there's a lot of photographs that you took and obviously quite a bit of evidence that you collected. So what we'll do is, as you talk about how you process the crime scene, we'll go to the photographs at the same time, okay?
Okay.
All right, so kind of start at the top for us, and what you do first when processing this scene.
Okay, so again, the very first thing that I did was I photographed, and I started with where I got off the elevators at. There's evidence right there when I got off, so that's where I started with my photographing, and then I just worked my way back towards the room where the incident occurred.
Permission to publish the photographs of the jury.
You may.
All right, so we'll start with State's number 34. You were just talking about the elevators. Is this the area that you were talking about?
That is.
Okay, so take us from there.
Okay, so from there, if you turn just slightly, there's like a little sitting area, waiting area that you can now see. There's a blood trail that leads from that area back to where the nurse's station is, and there's a jacket laying over there that I was advised belonged to one of the victims.
And that's depicted in State's 35. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And then just a further over to the right, as you were describing the sitting area, is that depicted in State 36?
That is.
Okay.
So number 1 was blood, number 2 is the jacket, and 3 is just where I started with the blood trail to show how it traveled.
Okay. State 37 shows the blood pool in marker number 1, is that correct?
That's correct.
State's number 38 is the jacket.
That's correct.
Marker number 2, and there also appears to be some blood there as well.
Yes.
And then State's 39 is going to be marker 3 in with the blood trail that you had described.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, from there I followed the blood trail, and there's a set of double doors that lead into the area where the nurse's station would be. They did have to put something between the doors to keep them open.
Okay, and that area is depicted in State's Exhibit number 40.
That's correct.
Okay. From there?
From there, on the other side of the doors, you get into like the main area where all the corridors intersect. Then the blood trail continues. So you see number 4, that's another spot of the blood trail, and it goes around the corner to where the nurse's station is.
Okay. So the area leading into the corridor areas is depicted in State's number 4, and State's number 42 makes that left as you described towards the nurse's station. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Describe what you see in State's number 42, these markers here.
Okay, so number 6 was an area of possible blood, and then number 5, and I believe that's number 7 in the back, is also another area of possible blood.
Okay, so State's number 43 is going to be placard number 5, indicating a large pool of blood. It's like dried blood.
That's correct.
State's number 6, a small spot of, and and that was State's number 44. State's 45 shows placard number 7, which again is another pool of blood.
That's correct.
Okay. State's number 46, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Just in continuation of the trail of blood, on the other side of the nurse's station.
And that's indicated by plaque number 8, plaque number 8?
That's correct.
Okay. Stage 47.
Again, just a continuation of the blood trail leading back to the room where the incident occurred, and that would be number 9. It's right between the double doors.
Okay, that's depicted in stage number 48, again, the continuation of the blood trail.
Correct.
Okay. Stage number 49.
In number 49, you can see where I continued the blood trail, and then an additional item, which is item number 10. It was a casing, and if I remember correctly, it was a 9mm casing.
Okay, stage number 50, just a close-up of the fire casing that you're just testifying about. Stage number 51 shows the bottom of the casing, which confirms what you just testified to, that it's a 9mm quantity.
That's correct.
Okay. Stage number 52.
So this is getting closer to the primary location. It's 11 is a continuation of the blood trail, and then there's the gun back there, and just more blood, and I believe some casings.
Okay, so stage number 53, we've got placards 12, which appears to be the blood that you were describing. Placard number 13, which is the firearm. Do you recall what kind of firearm it was?
It was a Smith & Wesson 380, and the magazine was not in it.
Okay, and then as you just testified to, 14 and 15 are going to be fired cartridge cases. Do you recall, and we'll get to them in the pictures, but do you recall what caliber they were?
They were both 380s.
Stage number 54, what is that showing?
That is the outside of the room where the incident occurred from across the hall. So you can see the gun, the blood, the casings, and you can sort of see the complainant in that picture also.
And can you just state for the record and for the members of the jury what room number this was?
I don't remember. 4006.
Correct. All right, stage number 55. Again, just showing a close-up of the blood pool and by placard number 12.
That's correct.
It looks like some used up medical supplies.
Yes.
Okay. Stage number 56. What is that showing?
That is the pistol.
Okay. Stage 57, just a close-up again of that pistol. And do you recall seeing any evidence actually on the pistol itself that we can see in this photograph?
At the time, I did not, but when I got back to the lab, I did notice the hair that was on the slide, the possible hair that was on the slide.
Okay, some hairs, and we can actually see that in this photograph, is that correct?
That's correct.
Stage exhibit number 58, and it's just a close-up of placard number 14, which you just testified to as a fired cartridge case. Stage 59 is just showing a close-up of the head stamp showing the 380 auto.
That's correct.
Stage 60 is going to be another fired cartridge case, which appears to be covered in blood. Placard number 15. Stage 61 is going to be, again, the head stamp of that particular fired cartridge case, which is, again, a 380 auto. Stage number 62 is showing what?
So you can still see placard number 15, and then in the wall by the door, you can see there's a marker there. It's a projectile that was lodged into the wall.
And that's depicted in stage exhibit number 63. Stage 64 is just going to be a zoomed in photograph of that particular projectile that you just testified to.
Correct.
Stage 65 is just a photograph of the room number that you just testified to as 4006, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Stage number 66, what is it showing?
This is me as I'm about to enter the room. You can see the possible blood on the floors, on the walls, the complainant that's lying on the floor, and then the bed and typical hospital items in the room.
Stage 67.
That is the complainant with, I believe, a cell phone, and for photo placards 17 and 18 were 2 cell phones.
Okay. 68 shows the zoomed in photograph of the 2 cell phones for placards 17 and 18. Stage 69.
This is just me going further into the room as I'm working my way in.
Stage number 70.
This is at the end of the bed in the room. You can sort of see a photo placard. I believe it's number 19. It would be another cell phone.
State number 71, just closer to that placard 19, and then state 72 shows the cell phone zoomed in for placard number 19. State number 73.
This is in the corner of the room. You can see the tray table. There is an ammo box or ammo tray with ammo in it and a steel reserve can that was empty.
State 74 is just zoomed in of what you just testified to. 20 is the steel reserve can. 21 is the ammo tray with live ammunition inside.
That's correct.
State 75 is just zoomed in of the steel reserve can, placard number 20. Are you familiar with what steel reserve is?
Not really, no.
And state number 76 is going to be a closer shot of placard number 21, the ammo tray with live ammo. State 77 is going to be a zoomed in showing the live ammo. And what caliber does that appear to be the live ammo in the ammo tray?
They are all .380 calibers.
Okay. And can you just state for the record how many we see in this photograph, how many rounds we see?
There are 7 in this photo.
State 78.
This is the wall as you're going into the room, and right inside the room to the right, you see where I've marked all the areas of blood.
Okay, so let's start with, state 79, we've got marker 22, what is that showing?
That is blood.
State 80, placard 23.
That's also blood.
State 81, just a kind of zoomed out photograph of that same wall with blood spatter.
That's correct.
82 shows placard 24, more blood spatter.
Yes.
State 83 shows 25, appears to be both blood spatter and smeared blood on the wall.
Yes, that's correct.
States number 84 shows placard 26, more blood along the wall headed towards the restroom door inside room 4006.
That's correct.
States 85, again, placard 26, just a closer up photograph. Does there appear to be a large amount of blood smeared on the wall in the door here?
There is.
States 86, just again, a wide out shot of the room. States 87, you see placard number, what placard number is that, can you tell?
It's 27.
Okay, what is that showing?
It's showing more blood.
On the wall.
Yes.
States 88, again, just a zoomed out shot of the room.
Yes.
States number 89, what is that showing?
It's showing item number 28, which is more blood that you can see on that tray, at the stand.
And in this particular photograph, do we see a baby bassinet?
You do.
And is there blood, both blood spatter and there appears to be smeared blood on the bassinet?
There is.
State exhibit number 90 shows a pool of blood for placard 29.
That's correct.
State number 91.
You can see an additional area of possible blood, number 30, on the bed.
State number 92.
This is on the other side of the bed where that tray table was. You can still see number 30, number 31, and number 32 that is under the tray table.
State number 93 is just a closer shot of placard number 32. And what was the evidence that was recorded for placard number 32?
This was a 380 ammunition box.
States number 94 is just going to be a closer shot of the ammo box of the placard number 32. Okay, so after processing the immediate crime scene, did you go to a different part of the hospital to do some processing there as well?
I went to where the suspect at the time was when he had gotten out of surgery once I finished with this area of the hospital.
Okay, do you recall where he was located?
I don't remember the specific room number.
All right, state exhibit number 95 is just showing the door door number 5229, room number, does that refresh your recollection as to where the suspect was located?
Yes, it does.
Okay, number 96 shows what?
That's him lying on a hospital bed after he's come out of surgery.
And you're referring to the suspect?
That's correct.
Okay. States 97 is just a closer view of the suspect.
Correct.
And states number 98 is going to be a zoomed in shot of the face of the suspect.
That's correct.
States 99 is just documenting the hospital bracelet, and for the record, I'll just read the scene. It says Kilo, K-I-L-O, Pi, P-I, last name D-O-E. So, states number 100 shows what?
This would be his right leg, and you can see the bandage that's wrapped around his upper right leg and the blood that's coming through the bandage.
So after you photographed the defendant, did you collect any evidence associated with the suspect?
I don't recall what I collected from him.
Okay, did you photograph what you collected?
I did.
Okay, state exhibit number 101 reflects the evidence that you recovered or collected that was associated with the suspect, which appears to be some cash, an EBT card, some clothing, and a keychain. Is that correct?
That's correct. I believe I found those items in his pants pocket.
Okay. States 102 is just a close-up photograph of the keychain, which appears to have some keys, some handcuffs, and a revolver. Is that correct?
That's correct.
States 103 is the belt that you collected.
That's correct.
States 104 is the pants that you collected.
Correct.
Appears to be the front side of the pants. States 105 appears to be the back side.
Correct.
And states 106. So you begin to note some defects to the clothing. Is that correct?
That's
Can
correct.
you describe those defects? And we'll take them one by one. It appears in states 106 you have sticker A. Can you describe what that is showing?
It's showing one irregular hole that was in the back right pocket of the pants.
States 107 is just a closer up photograph of that defect in the pants.
That's correct.
Okay. States 108 appears to be on the front side of the pants. Sticker A1, what is that showing?
That's just showing that it's the same hole that it went through the pants. So that's still in the back side, but it's the same related hole.
States 109 is just a closer up view of sticker A1 defect that you just described.
That's correct.
States 110, what is that showing?
These would be the underwear that I collected.
Okay. 110 appears to show the front of the underwear. 111 appears to show the back of the underwear.
Yes.
You begin to note some defects with the underwear as well. So in states 112, we got sticker B. Can you describe the defect there?
Yes, B is just another hole that I did note in the underwear.
States 113, just a closer up view of that particular defect, sticker B.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, states 114, and the sticker B1 appears to be on the left side of the underwear. Can you describe that defect?
Yes, that's another hole that would correspond to defect B. And you can see that the underwear has been cut, and I've sort of folded it open just so you can see that defect.
States 115, just a closer up view of that particular defect under B1.
Correct.
And finally, states 116 appears to be another defect under sticker C. Can you describe that one?
So this is just another hole that I did note in my examination of the underwear.
And 117 shows a closer up photograph of C. Sorry, there's an additional one. 118 shows C1.
Yes, so again, C1 is a corresponding defect to C, and you can see it in relation to defect B1.
119, just a close up view of C1.
Yes.
Okay. 120 depicts what?
This would be an undershirt.
It appears to be the front side of the black tank top, and 121 is the back side, is that correct?
That's correct.
122 122, what does it show?
These are the shoes that I collected.
123 appears to be the left shoe.
That's correct.
124 appears to be the bottom of the left shoe.
That's correct.
125 appears to be the right shoe.
That's correct.
And 126 is the bottom of the right shoe.
Yes.
Finally, 127 is the socks that you collected.
Yes, that's correct.
And just for the record, all these items of clothing appear to be covered in blood. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So having actually photographed all this evidence, obviously collected it, were you able to bring some of those items of evidence to court today?
I was.
Okay. Approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So let's start with the pistol. If you can get the pistol for me, please.
Yes. A lot of tape.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
For safety purposes, we're going to attend to this to the bailiff to make sure that the weapon is safe.
Gun is safe.
Thank you.
I'm going to label, just for the record, the firearm as states exhibit number 128. I'm going to label the cartridges that were inside, states exhibit number 129.
Counsel, 129 is what?
It's going to be the cartridge from the two cartridges from the firearm.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay. What else do we have, Haley?
So, We also have the cartridges that were in the chamber, and from the ammo tray, we have the ammo box and the tray itself.
Can you go ahead and open that up for us?
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So you'll start with the ammo tray. I'll mark the ammo tray at States Exhibit number 133. Is that the ammo box?
This is the ammo box.
We'll label ammo box, States Exhibit number 134.
These are the cartridges that were in the box, or the tray.
Okay. And how many are in there from the box?
There would be 7.
Okay. We'll label that State Exhibit 132.
Would you state what 132 is again?
Yes, 132 is going to be the live rounds from the ammo tray.
And then we have the one cartridge that was in the chamber of the gun.
So maybe that is 175. And did you also bring, were you able to pick up some evidence from the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences, the crime lab?
I was.
Okay, and what evidence is that?
I picked up some fragments that were recovered during the autopsy.
Okay, so as pertains to the autopsy of Katie Annette Flowers,
There is one projectile.
everybody State Exhibit number 176. And then for Jacqueline Pokuaa,
There were 2 fragments, projectiles.
we'll label those as State Exhibit number 177 and 178. So during your testimony, you also made reference to a projectile that was lodged in the wall from one of your photographs.
That's correct.
Did you bring that one as well?
would be this one.
Okay.
Yes. So this contains the FCCs that I collected and the projectile that I collected.
Okay. Okay, yes. Can you open that up, please?
Yes, I can. Okay.
Okay, can you point out for us the fire cartridge cases?
Yes, I can.
There were 3 total, correct?
Yes, these are the 3.
Okay, can you tell us which one is the 9mm?
This one is a 9mm.
Okay, we'll label that as State's Exhibit number 179. And we've got 2 380s, correct?
That's correct.
We'll label those as State's Exhibits number 180 and 181.
Did you say 180 and 181?
Yes, Your Honor. And then finally, the projectile from the wall.
Yes.
Labeled as the State's Exhibit number 182. You also have the steel reserve can.
Yes, I do. So this box contains the jacket, which was item number 1, and then the steel reserve can also.
Okay, we'll just do the steel reserve can.
Okay. This bag contains the steel reserve can.
Okay, you mind opening it up for us?
Do that.
We'll label that as 183.
Okay.
All right, thank you. At this time around, the state's going to offer State's Exhibits. $128, $129, $130, $132, $133, $134. $176, $177, $178, $179, $180, $181, $182, and $183 for all purposes.
Okay.
All right, State's Exhibits 128, 129, 130, 132, 133, 134, 176, 177, 178, 179, 180, 181, 182, and 183 are all admitted for all purposes.
And it's just to publish to the jury, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
publish State Exhibit number 128, refers to the jury. It's going to be the .380 handgun that the defendant used to shoot and kill both victims. And I'll publish 183, which is going to be the Steel Reserve can. For the record, Steel Reserve is a alcoholic beverage. Again, 183 is going to be recovered from the hospital room. State would also offer 175. I think I missed that one, Judge, for all purposes as well.
No objection.
State Exhibit 175 is admitted for all purposes.
The cartridge from the chamber of the .380 pistol, Your Honor. So I'll pass it to the Your Honor.
We have no question, Your Honor. Thank you.
May this witness be released?
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
Defense?
No objection.
Thank you. Call your next witness.
Give us one moment, Judge.
Your Honor, this time state calls Heidi Christensen.
Would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
You have to see her.
Yes, same thing to see. I'm waiting for her to settle.
You all good?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself and spell your name for the record?
My name is Heidi Christensen. My last name is spelled Christensen.
And Heidi, what do you do for a living?
I am employed at the Dallas County Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences, which is also referred to as SWIFS, as a toxicology chemist.
Okay. And is SWIFT the Dallas County Crime Lab?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And could you explain to the jury a little bit about your background, your training experience?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science in Molecular Biology from the University of Texas at Dallas. I've received on-the-job training at SWIFS. I also participate in our annual continuing education requirement, which includes items such as viewing webinars, reading scientific journal articles, and attending scientific conferences and meetings. I have also attended courses on human performance and behavior as it relates to drugs and alcohol.
And how long have you worked at Swiss?
I have been employed at Swift's as a toxicology chemist for about 18 years.
Okay. And have you testified before as an expert in this field?
Yes, I have.
Would you say that's on few or many occasions?
I guess many.
Okay. All right. You said you are a toxicologist, essentially?
Sure,
Okay.
sure. Yeah,
All right.
my title is toxicology chemist.
Okay. And so as a part of that, do you conduct drug screens?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Can you explain the general process for drug screens at your office?
It can depend on the type of case that we do. Some of our cases, most of the cases I work on are suspected DWI cases, and in those situations, we may start with just a legal alcohol analysis, and then depending on the outcome of that analysis, further testing may be required. In other situations, we're required or asked of our customer to perform a alcohol screen as well as a drug screen from the beginning of the receipt of the evidence. The drug screen consists of a presumptive screen, which is an immunoassay, which targets specific classes of drugs. It helps to direct testing within our laboratory. Then we also have additional tests as part of our routine drug screen that gives our laboratory the capability to identify over 300 over-the-counter illicit and prescription drugs.
And in this particular case, were you asked to perform a toxicology analysis on the blood of the defendant, Nestor Hernandez?
Yes.
Okay. And was that analysis done between October 31st, 2022 to 12/23/2022?
That's correct.
And when you, as a part of that analysis, do you then, once you've completed it, generate a report?
Yes.
All right. And was the report in this particular case generated on December 26, 2022?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 141. Is this a copy of the report of your analysis? Wrong way. Okay, here we go. It was user error. All right. Is this a copy of your report?
Yes, that has the same IFS number as my report here.
And for the record, the IFS number in this particular case is IFS 22-21444-0001. Is that right?
Yes.
And for every piece of evidence that goes to the Dallas County Crime Lab, any analysis that are performed, will this same IFS number remain with this particular case?
Yes, for this particular case, this is the unique case identifier for this case.
All right. And so as we go down, we'll just walk through the results of your analysis. And so as you see here, in the defendant's name, Nestor Hernandez, the evidence that was submitted was blood in a few different tubes. And the date of the analysis, as you've already told us, is October 31st, 2022 to 12/23/2022. Can you explain why is there such a range, a broad range for the analysis?
It just can take some time to get through all the testing in our laboratory. A lot of the testing that we do is done in batches. So in some situations, it's either waiting for enough cases to be in the queue to be tested, or sometimes there can be several, and so it takes several batches to get to a particular case that's in the queue.
And to be fair, I mean, once you start the analysis, it's not just this one case you're working on many cases.
That's correct.
Oh. All right. And so let's go down to the substances that you did find in the defendant's blood. Can you talk us through those?
Sure. So I'll just, I guess, go through each one and just say what it is.
Absolutely.
Okay. Ketamine is a dissociative anesthetic. It's used to induce anesthesia in humans. It also has veterinary uses as a tranquilizer in animals, and recreationally can be used as a hallucinogen.
Okay. And then the benzodiazepines and Z drugs?
Midazolam belongs to the benzodiazepines group of drugs. It can be used to induce sleepiness and drowsiness prior to surgery.
And then when we go down to cocaine and opiates,
Diazepam is just another benzo. It can be used to treat anxiety, seizures, and also has uses as a sedative prior to medical procedures. Down below the drug screen, there's a few things listed. Lidocaine is a local topical anesthetic. Norketamine is a metabolite of ketamine, which we had seen above. Ondansetron is a medication that's prescribed to treat nausea and vomiting. And rocuronium is a medication that is used to relax muscles during surgery.
all right, and so we see negative for legal alcohols and solvents and volatile.
The sevoflurane, that is an anesthetic.
Okay. And then when we go down to stimulants, what do we see?
There we have amphetamine and methamphetamine. Methamphetamine is a central nervous system stimulant. Medicinally, it has uses in the treatment of narcolepsy, attention deficit disorder, and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. But it's rarely prescribed because of its high risk for abuse. Recreationally, it's used to increase alertness and for its euphoric effects.
And so that concludes those, the substances that were contained in the defendant's blood. And so from your training and experience, is it your opinion that everything here that was in his blood besides the methamphetamine was likely given by the hospital?
I mean, likely. Ketamine has had instances where people have used it recreationally. Can't say when any of these medications were taken based just upon our report, but many of those things listed are associated with hospital use.
And just so we're clear, methamphetamine is an illicit drug, though.
It can be obtained illicitly, but it is also available as a prescription medication where it can be prescribed. It just is rarely done so.
Rarely done. Okay. I'll pass the witness, John.
In fact, the amphetamine could be therapeutic also, could it not?
Yeah, the amphetamine itself, while it is a metabolite of methamphetamine, it is also a drug that is available as its own medication, like a brand name that you might be familiar with is Adderall.
And you wouldn't know if that was therapeutic or not, just from your analysis, correct?
No, I wouldn't know how the drugs were taken just based upon the result.
Very good. Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have.
Anything else?
Nothing further from this witness, John.
May the witness be released?
No objection from the state.
All right. Defense, may this witness be released?
No objection.
Thank you, ma'am. Call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the state calls Heather Francis. Your Honor, may I approach the bench to grab some exhibits?
Yes, you may. Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
Sure, my name is Heather Francis, last name Francis. I work as a firearm and toolmark examiner at the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences, that's also known as SWIFS, or the Dallas County Crime Lab.
And how long have you done that?
I've been with SWIFS since January of 2002, so
Long time.
yes, a long time.
All right. And can you explain, give us a little bit about your training, your background, and your experience.
Sure, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in physics, and once I came to the Dallas County Crime Lab, I was trained by personnel at Dallas County, also with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives in their National Firearm Examiner Academy. It was a approximately two-year training program going over everything that firearms related, such as the examination of firearms, ammunition components, microscopic examination of fired ammunition components, gunshot residue as it pertains to distance determination, serial number restorations, and fracture match.
Can you explain what a firearms and tool mark examination is?
Primarily, firearm and tool mark examination, the main tool that we examine is a firearm. And the firearm is considered a tool because the ammunition that it fires is the marked item. So the tool is the harder surface of the tool marked item, which is the ammunition component. So essentially just examination of firearms to determine if they're functional, and if they are functional, to test fire those firearms and determine if those fired ammunition components, such as evidence, bullets from autopsy or cartridge cases from a scene, were fired by that particular firearm or a different firearm.
And have you testified in this area as an expert before?
I have.
Would you say few or many times?
Many.
Okay. And you said it is possible to determine whether a particular bullet was fired from a particular firearm. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And how often do you think you do this procedure?
Daily, 5 days a week.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
In this particular case, Ms. Francis, did we ask you to examine some cartridges, some fired cartridge cases, and a firearm to determine whether they came from that particular firearm?
Yes.
Okay. I am going to show you what's been admitted. Let's see Exhibit 128, the firearm at 380. And have you seen this before?
I need to look at
Okay,
it.
very
That's
good.
okay. May I handle it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Do you need a glove?
No.
Okay.
The firearm is marked with the unique laboratory case number, the item number, and my initials and the date that I marked these items. So for this firearm, the unique laboratory case number is IFS 22-21051. The IFS stands for Institute of Forensic Sciences. 22 is the date or the year, and 21051 is the number of items or cases that were submitted to the laboratory in 2022.
And do you have your own personal anything about this firearm or the box that it was in that you have your initials on?
Yes,
Okay.
the firearm itself has my initials on it. The box has my initials
All right.
and the date that I sealed it closed.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you. And then I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 176, 177, Did we get, is 178 over there, George? No. Let me show you 180 and 181 while we locate 178. And if you could look at these and tell us whether or not you recognize them.
Do you want me to open this?
Sure.
Or, okay. Do you have scissors?
You know what, can we just pull it off?
Sure.
That'd be better. Tear it open.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, this one? Oh, it's right here. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
States Exhibit 181 is item number 16-2-1 of that previous IFS number that I gave, the IFS 22-21051. The item itself also has those unique identifying marks on them, my initials and the date that I marked those items. And this is a 380 auto caliber fired cartridge case. States Exhibit, may I tear?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
States Exhibit 180 is IFS 22-21051, item 16-3-1. The item itself is also marked with those identifying information, and it is also a 380 auto caliber fired cartridge case.
We have some scissors now.
Okay.
So,
Item States Exhibit 176 is the envelope from the medical examiner's office. This one is IFS 22-21047, and it is item 6-4. The seal, my seal, has not been broken, so the item that is enclosed is a projectile from the autopsy of Katie Flowers. I don't want to open this one.
thank you.
But that item inside is also marked with that unique identifying information.
And this would have been one that was taken from the autopsy, right?
Correct.
Okay.
States Exhibit 177 is also a medical examiner's envelope. It is IFS 22-21051, item 7-5. Contained within item 7-5 are items 7-5-1 and 7-5-2, and those were from the autopsy of Jacqueline Pokuaa. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. States Exhibit 178 is the medical examiner's envelope from IFS 22-21051, item 7-4, and it is also a projectile from the autopsy of Jacqueline Pokuaa. The final seal, that is my seal, has not been broken, so those items that I examined are still in these items, in these envelopes.
Thank you. So you know all of these, and see 129 also has initials on it.
Yes. States Exhibit 129 is the test fires envelope that I created. So these are the test fires from this particular firearm inside here. It's IFS 22-21051, and it is considered to be item 1911 or 1917. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Sure.
And so, did you conduct an examination on all of these items that we've just discussed?
Yes.
All right. And what was the purpose of that?
The purpose was to determine if the firearm was functional and if the fired ammunition components, meaning the fired cartridge cases and the fired projectiles from both of the autopsies, were fired by that particular firearm, in my opinion, or in the opinion of the laboratory.
Okay. Will you tell the jury about the process by which you conduct these examinations?
Sure. In examining a firearm, the first thing is to determine the caliber, the make, the model, the serial number, the caliber, and then go a little bit more in depth to determine the class characteristics of the barrel. Typically, handguns, such as that one, have a rifled barrel, which means it has a series of raised and lowered areas within that called rifling, and there's a specific number of lands and grooves, which is part of the rifling. There's a specific direction that those lands and grooves twist, either to the right or to the left. And even more in depth than that, there are measurements of those lands and grooves that are all called class characteristics. So determining the class characteristics of a firearm and determining the class characteristics of any fired ammunition component that you have will let you know that this bullet from Autopsy could have been fired by this gun because they have the same class characteristics. So the next step would be to ensure that that firearm is safe to fire, and then choose suitable ammunition for comparison purposes, test fire the gun. Typically in my section, 2 test fires are recommended so that those 2 test fires can be microscopically compared to each other to ensure that those tool marks that I need to see to make a conclusion of whether something was fired by that gun or not are there and repeating. So in this case, 2 test fires were created. They were compared to each other. The cartridge cases were compared to each other. The bullets were compared to each other, and determined that they were suitable for microscopic comparisons to the other fired ammunition, the evidence in the case. The evidence was determined to have the same class characteristics as the gun in the case, and so using a comparison microscope, which is essentially 2 microscopes that are connected by what's called an optical bridge. There's one ocular to look through, well, 2 oculars, but one place to look through and look at those 2 items at the same time under the same magnification, same lighting, the same juxtaposition, I guess, situation, and look at microscopically the tool marks that were imparted to the test fire to see if those same tool marks are in the fired ammunition components. So you can do that with bullets and you can do that with cartridge cases.
Can you explain to the jury how firearms actually work?
Well, if we're speaking about pistols, which is the firearm in this case that I was just identified, for a pistol is a handgun. It is designed to be fired using the hand or hands. In this case, it's a pistol, so it's magazine fed. Typically, a magazine holds a certain number of cartridges. It is inserted into the grip of the firearm. If the slide of the pistol is to the rear, the topmost cartridge that's in that magazine, once the slide comes forward, will push that cartridge into what's called the chamber. And for a pistol, the chamber is integral or part of the barrel. At this point, the trigger is ready to be pulled, the firearm is ready to fire. Pulling the trigger will initiate a firing process with the firing pin of the gun striking the primer area of the cartridge case. And then during that, the gunpowder that is within the cartridge case begins to burn and expand, releasing the bullet down the barrel of the firearm, also pushing that fired cartridge case back into the breech face or of the slide, making that slide move rearward, also pulling the cartridge case out of the chamber. If there is an ejector, That's a stationary piece, so that moving cartridge case hits that stationary ejector and flips out of the gun. While the slide is back, the next cartridge that's in the magazine is up in the way of the slide, and that slide pushes the cartridge into the chamber, and that whole firing process is ready again. And another pull of the trigger will fire that cartridge case, and everything repeats. So for this case, the pistol is semi-automatic, meaning one pull of the trigger will fire a cartridge and load another cartridge into the chamber. The trigger has to be released and pulled again to do that whole firing process again until the magazine is empty or there's some malfunction that causes the firearm not to fire anymore.
And in this particular case, on this particular firearm, 380 that we looked at in evidence, was that done in good working order at the time of your?
Yes, it was a functional firearm.
And how much weight does it take to pull that trigger back?
Let me look. The item 19-1 Smith & Wesson pistol required about 11.3 pounds of force to pull the trigger to make it fire.
And when you conduct your examination, do you also generate a report?
I do,
Okay.
yes.
Is that what you kind of referred to there? Okay.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been, Your Honor, may I permission to publish State's Exhibit 144?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been already admitted into evidence at State's Exhibit 144. Is this a copy of your firearms analysis report? Does it agree with that same copy?
I can see. That's page 1, yes.
Okay, yes. Now, if I go to the back page, will that help you make sure that this is, you're sure that this is your one, the one that you conducted? Is that your signature there? There's that, page 6.
Yeah, can you pull,
Go.
well,
All right.
up at the top is top right corner. There we go. Yes, that is,
Access number?
yes, that's page 6 of the report that I generated,
Okay,
yes.
very good. All right, so let's walk through your, did you make a conclusion in this case about whether or not the spent casings fired bullets that we've seen and has been shown to the jury, as well as the projectiles that were taken from the autopsies of both complainants, Katie Flowers and Jacqueline Pokuaa, were you able to make a determination as to whether those items came from that particular handgun?
I did make a determination that there were cartridge cases that were fired by the Smith & Wesson 380 auto caliber pistol and projectiles from both autopsies that were fired, a determination that they were also fired by the 380 auto caliber pistol in the opinion of the laboratory.
All right, so if we go to page 5 and 6 where the conclusions are, is this where your final conclusions would be?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so item 6-4, projectile, and that would have been from Katie Flowers, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, and you were able to identify that as having been fired from item number 19-1, which would be this 380 pistol, is that right?
Yes.
All right. And then also, item 7-4, 7-5-1, those projectiles would have come from the autopsy of complainant Jacqueline Pokuaa, is that right?
Correct.
And you were also able to determine that they, too, were identified as being fired from that same 380 pistol, is that right?
Correct.
All right. And then the other items, 16-2-1, 16-3-1, and 21-1-1, Did I say too many ones?
No, that's
Okay.
the right number of ones.
All right, those also were identified as having been fired from this same exact 380 pistol, is that correct?
Yes, they were also identified as having been fired by the Smith & Wesson pistol, item 19-1.
And we'll see those numbers here, is that right? These are the projectiles from Jacqueline Pokuaa, that same number. And the jury will be able to take this report back if they please. But here are those projectiles that came from both of the complainants, right?
Correct, yes.
Let's just briefly talk about this 17-5-2, where there's an inconclusive conclusion. Why would that be?
Just not enough information. I could tell that it was a fired projectile, a fired bullet, or a bullet fragment. I could tell that it had conventional style rifling. Hang on. But I could not make a determination on the caliber. So because it had conventional style rifling, which the pistol, the Smith & Wesson pistol in this case, also had conventional style rifling, I microscopically compared it to one of the test-fired bullets from that gun. And while the marks, the tool marks, may have been similar, they were also dissimilar, which means if I see something that looks similar, but then I also see something that looks kind of dissimilar, I can't say that it was fired by that gun, and I cannot say that it was not fired by that gun. So what I have to say is that it's inconclusive. I just can't tell either way. I don't know.
And in this particular case, the 380 that you examined, is it a deadly weapon?
I believe that's a legal term. It is a firearm.
Maybe have a second one. Ms. Francis, we obviously know you talked about how the casings pop out after guns have been fired and bullets have gone out. And we know that they can kind of move around, but if there were casings found in the hallway of the location, would it be consistent, in your opinion? Will we be able to tell that the firearm was actually shot in that area? Is that reasonable?
I don't know. I mean, if there are a lot of people walking around, they could have been kicked. If there's a lot of commotion, they could be kicked, depending on the type of flooring. If a firearm ejects a cartridge case into very tall grass, I would not expect the cartridge case to move very much because the grass is going to hold it. If it's a floor kind of like this, where it's very flat and hard, or carpeted, like thin carpet like this, or maybe some sort of tile in the hallway, I would expect the cartridge cases to bounce a lot. So Ejection pattern, I can tell you that this firearm ejects to the top and right, but as far as where the cartridge cases land and where they come to rest, I don't know.
But could it be consistent with the firearm being shot in that area, in that hallway? Could it be consistent with?
Yes, I don't know where the shooting took place, so.
I'll pass the witness at this time, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to take a 15-minute break. I think we need a break. All right, let's be back at
Your Honor.
11:05.
Your Honor, just so that the witness won't be required to remain, I'm not gonna have any questions if the court would like an excuser at this time.
Okay, this defense has no questions for
No.
this witness? All right. Okay.
All right.
May this witness be released? Thank you.
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
You're free to leave, ma'am.
15 minutes.
you all are a little bit refreshed, ladies and gentlemen. Are you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. State, call your next witness.
State calls Dr. Waleska Castro.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you. State your name, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
A little under the weather?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm trying not to hold you long. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
My name is Waleska Castro, Waleska-Castro, and I am the Trace Evidence Supervisor at the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences, also known as Dallas County Crime Lab.
And how long have you been at SWIFT?
10 years.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury a little bit about your training, your background, your experience?
So I have a bachelor's degree in chemistry and a master's degree in chemistry, both from University of Puerto Rico. I also have a PhD in chemistry from Florida International University. In addition to my education, I went through training at SWIFT, or Dallas County Crime Lab, for the analysis of evidence for the presence of gunshot residue and also hair analysis. In addition to the training, I also have the forensic analyst license granted by the Texas Forensic Science Commission.
All right. And have you testified as an expert in this discipline?
Yes.
On few or many occasions?
Many occasions for gunshot residue analysis and few for hair analysis.
Okay. What is gunshot residue?
Gunshot residue is those particles that are produced when a firearm is fired, and these particles will have a specific chemical composition and morphology that allows us to identify them as gunshot residue.
What is primary gunshot residue?
So primer gunshot residue would be those particles that will have the chemical composition antimony, barium, and lead, and also they will have a morphology that is round, non-crystalline, and these particles are what we test in the laboratory.
Okay. How do you analyze gunshot residue?
We use an equipment that consists of a microscope and an X-ray spectrometer. The name of the instrument is scanning electron microscope with an energy dispersive X-ray spectrometry, or SEM-EDS. And basically, with this instrument or equipment, we will look at the surface of the sampling devices that are submitted in a gunshot residue kit. And as the instrument looks through the surface of these sampling devices, it detects particles and collects chemical composition. And based on the chemical composition, the instrument assigns a class. For instance, there is a class called gunshot residue that will contain specific chemical composition. So after the analysis is done, the analyst will look at those particles that were classified by the instrument based on the chemical composition and confirm those particles. And those confirmed particles are the ones that are reported in the test report.
Okay. And so what can this, the gunshot residue analysis tell you?
So the gunshot residue analysis, this particular test will determine if there were gunshot residue particles present or absent in these sampling devices that are collected typically from a suspected shooter.
And in this particular case, IFS number 22-21051-0007, did we ask you to conduct analysis in this particular case?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result of your analysis, did you generate a report?
Yes, I did.
And in that particular analysis, can you tell the jury where where the sampling came from.
So the laboratory received a gunshot residue evidence collection kit containing sampling devices from Nestor Hernandez, and these two sampling devices were from the left and right hand.
Your Honor, permission to publish State's Exhibit number 142.
Yes, you may.
Dr. Castro, I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 142. Is this a copy of your report?
It appears to be a copy of my report.
Okay. And like you said, the sampling devices were from the left hand and the right hand of Nestor Hernandez. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so we will then jump to your conclusions so that you can let the jury know what you did find as a part of your analysis.
So I found two particles consistent with primer gunshot residue, and they were on the sampling device from the right hand of Nestor Hernandez. And these barium aluminum particles are consistent with primer gunshot residue, and the presence of these particles on an individual's hands could be that the individual either fired a firearm, or the individual was in the proximity of the firearm when it was fired, or the individual handled a firearm component, or any object with gunshot residue, or that the individual was in a proximity or in contact with other non-firearm sources that produce similar particles to particles consistent with primer gunshot residue. Some environmental sources, such as fireworks ignitions, and deployed airbags, could produce similar particles to particles consistent with primer gunshot residue.
Okay. And so you saw two particles on the right hand of Nestor Hernandez. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And so your primary purpose on this particular test is to see if there are particles and what would be the reason for their presence. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, also in your capacity, you mentioned that you were the trace evidence supervisor. Tell the jury what trace evidence is.
Trace evidence is just very small material that is transferred during or left behind during a violent crime. Gunshot residue is one of those. Hairs as well is one of those trace evidence materials that are transferred.
And in this particular case, were you looking for possible hair taken from the slide of a gun?
There was another evidence submitted to the laboratory, and it was for a hair analysis, and the purpose of that analysis was to determine if there were human hairs in that type of evidence or piece of evidence, and if the human hairs were suitable for DNA testing.
Your Honor, may I publish State's Exhibit number 143?
Yes, you may.
Dr. Castro, I'm also going to show you what has already been admitted as State's Exhibit 143, which is the hair analysis report. And as you stated, you received, what is a tape lift?
The tape lift is just a piece of acetate sheet, and then they put tape on it. And this tape was used to kind of dab against the surface with potential hairs, and then it was placed or secured on the acetate sheet.
Okay. And so it looks like there were 6 swabs of possible DNA that evidence submitted as well?
Yes, but it was submitted, but I didn't open or analyze that because that would be for the forensic biology unit. It's just that it happened to be in the same container as item 17-1, which is the manila envelope with the hair trace lift.
Okay, and so let's go to your resultant conclusion on page 2. And you mentioned that you were looking for hair that was suitable for DNA analysis, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and so as you stated, item 17-2 was not opened or analyzed, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and then tell us what your results were.
So the tape lifts, which is item 17-1-1, was examined for the presence of hairs that were suitable for DNA. And from the tape lifts, I found 9 hairs. They are items 17-1-1-1 through 17-1-1-9. And they were human hair fragments without roots. Therefore, they were not suitable for DNA analysis, STR type of DNA analysis. but suitable for mitochondrial DNA analysis.
Okay, and so you were unable to, at your lab, actually test for DNA on these hair samples, is that right?
Our laboratory does not perform mitochondrial DNA analysis.
And so are they then sent out to a different lab?
The agency requested for us to release it to another laboratory so they could do their mitochondrial DNA analysis.
I'll pass the witness round.
We have no questions.
No objection from the secretary.
No, nothing to finish, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You are free to leave,
Call your next witness. State calls Courtney Ferrer.
Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Statement received.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
My name is Courtney Ferreira, Ferreira.
And Ms. Ferrer, how are you employed?
I am employed as a forensic biologist at the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences, also known as SWIFS or the Dallas County Crime Lab.
Okay, can you tell the jury, well, how long have you done that?
I have been at SWIFS since 2003.
Okay, very long time.
Very long time.
Can you explain to them some of your training, your background, your experience?
I have a bachelor's in microbiology from Texas Tech University. I've done research in the pharmaceutical industry. I've done research in infertility. I've done research at UT Southwestern in infectious disease. Like I said before, I've been at SWIFS since 2003. At SWIFS, we undergo a very extensive DNA training program, which results in being competency tested, and then I'm also proficiency tested multiple times a year.
And have you testified as an expert in this area before?
Yes,
Would you say on a few or many occasions?
many occasions.
Before we get into DNA, can you tell us a little bit about what serology is?
So serology, in the unit I work as, first of all, it's called the Forensic Biology Unit, and we're split into serology and then DNA analysis. Serology is the screening of biological fluids. They test for seminal fluid, blood. They also take samples for where somebody might have touched or handled an item.
Okay, and how does it relate to your work?
When a case is brought into our unit, it first goes into the serology, and the serologist is assigned to the case, and the serologist will do their analysis, whether it's screening for blood, screening for seminal fluid, taking the samples that, again, where someone might have touched it. And then once those samples are collected, they put those samples into a small heat-sealed bag and then put them into a freezer. And then once DNA analysis is requested, I would get those samples from the freezer that the serologist took.
Your Honor, I published State's Exhibit 145 at this time.
Yes, you may.
Courtney, I know, State's Exhibit 145 is the actual serology report, which obviously you did not do. But there's a summation of it on State's Exhibit 145A. And can you just briefly explain to the jury what these things mean when we see blood presumptive or blood confirmatory?
So this would be the serologist's summary of the results. These would be the evidence items that she might have done screening on. When they're testing for blood, there's a presumptive test that will say it's just an initial screening. And then if there's enough sample, then they confirm if there's blood or not. In this case, in both samples, it looks like they did not have a sufficient quantity to confirm the presence of human blood, and so they preserved that sample for DNA analysis.
And then that's where you come in.
Yes.
Very good, thank you. Now, now to the jury, what is DNA?
DNA, as we all know, is what makes us who we are. 99.9% of all of our DNA is the same. We all have 2 arms, 2 legs, nose. What we're looking at is that 0.1% that differs among each of us. So what our process is that DNA sits in our cells. We want to get the DNA out of the cells. Once we do that, we want to get rid of anything else that might be there. And then we want to see about how much we have. Once we're able to determine about how much DNA we have, we put it onto an instrument that you can think of like a Xerox machine, and it makes multiple copies of the DNA. Finally, we put it onto an instrument that then gives us the DNA profile. And when we obtain a DNA profile, if we're able to obtain a DNA profile, we're then able to make comparisons to any individuals to see if we can include them as being a contributor to that DNA, or if we would exclude them as being a potential contributor to the DNA profile.
Okay. And can you take a DNA sample from a crime scene and compare it with a known biological sample taken from a suspect?
Yes.
Okay. And does do any 2 people have the same exact DNA?
In the areas we're looking at, identical twins would have the same DNA profiles.
Okay. And will your DNA change over time?
No, not in the areas we're looking at.
Okay. All right. And so in this particular case, we asked you to do a DNA analysis. Is that right?
Yes.
And the evidence that was submitted was an autopsy blood standard from Jacqueline Pokuaa, a magazine, a gun, and then a buccal swab from the defendant, Nestor Hernandez. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so, did you do an analysis in this case?
I did.
Okay. And as a result of your analysis, do you create a report or generate a report?
I do.
All right. And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, may I please publish State's Exhibit number 146?
Yes, you may.
Okay. All right. And so, Courtney, does this appear to be a copy of your DNA report?
Yes, that looks to be a copy of my first page.
Okay, all right, and so so these are the items that were received by the lab, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and so then let's jump to your conclusions, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so walk us through the items that you tested and what your conclusions were.
Okay, the items that were tested were also then compared to the autopsy blood standard of Jacqueline Pokuaa, so you see that in that column, and the buccal swab standard from Nestor Hernandez. The first sample was a stain from the magazine. It was a mixture of 2 individuals, and going back a step, when I said, we may be able to obtain a DNA profile. When we look at DNA profiles, we get half of our DNA from our mothers and half from our fathers. So at one area we're looking at, we may have 2 genetic markers, one from our mother, one from our father. If when we're looking at the profiles and we see more than that, we see 3, 4, that lets us know there's a mixture of DNA. So there's multiple contributors to that DNA profile. And we can categorize our mixtures. We can have what's called a major and a minor mixture. And what that means is when looking at a DNA profile, someone might have contributed more than the other person. So we would call that person the major contributor, and anything else would be in the minor contribution. If when looking at the profile, we can't determine that one person contributed more, we would then just call that a simple mixture. So for this first sample, the stain from the magazine T1, it was a mixture of 2 individuals that could be resolved into a major and a minor contribution. Jacqueline Pokuaa was excluded as being a potential contributor, and Nestor Hernandez was included as being a contributor to that major contribution. And then what we do, if we make an inclusion of an individual, we want to see how significant that inclusion is. So we give a statistical weight to that inclusion. And what we do is called a random match probability, and that's asking the question, if I was to take a randomly selected person from the population, what is the probability that they could have contributed that DNA profile? So in this case, the statistic for the inclusion is less than 1 in 10 trillion. To make that a little simpler to understand, there's roughly about 7.9 billion people on this earth. You would expect to need the population of roughly about 1,200 Earths, and you would expect to find that profile one time.
1,200 Earths, okay. All right, let's go to the second stain.
For 10.1.1.3, the stain from magazine test area 3. That, again, was a mixture of 2 individuals that could be resolved into a major and a minor contribution. Again, Jacqueline Pokuaa was excluded as being a potential contributor to that mixture, and Nestor Hernandez was included as being a potential contributor with that same statistical weight.
All right. What about sample number 10.1.1.4, the next thing?
That, again, was a mixture of 2 individuals. It could not be resolved into a major and a minor. And again, Jacqueline Pokuaa was excluded as being a potential contributor, and Nestor Hernandez was included as being a potential contributor to that mixture with a statistic of 1 in 445. So for every 445 people, you would expect 1 person could also be included in that same way.
All right. Let's go down to 19.1.1, the stain from a gun, first thing.
That sample was a mixture of 2 individuals that could be resolved into a major and a minor contribution. The DNA profile of the major contribution matched the profile of Jacqueline Pokuaa with a statistical weight of the less than 1 in 10 trillion. And Nestor Hernandez was included as being a potential contributor to the minor contribution with a statistical weight of 1 in 79.4 billion. So for that, again, if you had about 7.9 billion people on this earth, you would roughly need the population of about 10 Earths.
All right, let's go to 19.1.2, the stain, second stain from the gun.
That, again, was a mixture of 2 individuals that could be resolved into a major and a minor contribution. Jacqueline Pokuaa was excluded from that sample, and Nestor Hernandez was included as being a potential contributor to that major contribution with a statistical weight of that less than 1 in 10 trillion.
Okay. 19.1.3.
That sample was, again, mixture of 2 individuals. The profile of the major contribution matched the profile of Nestor Hernandez with that statistical weight of the less than 1 in 10 trillion. And Jacqueline Pokuaa was included as being a potential contributor to the minor contribution with a statistical weight of 1 in 115. So for every 115 individuals, you would expect 1 person could be included in that same manner.
All right. What about 19.1.4?
That was a mixture of 2 individuals that could be resolved into a major and a minor contribution. Jacqueline Pokuaa was excluded as being a potential contributor, and Nestor Hernandez was included as being a potential contributor to the major contribution with a statistical weight of 1 in 1.93 trillion, which that would be roughly about the population of 244 Earths.
All right. 19.1.5.
It was a mixture of 2 individuals that, again, could be resolved into a major and a minor contribution. Jacqueline Pokuaa was excluded as being a potential contributor, and Nestor Hernandez was included as being a contributor to that major contribution with a statistical weight of 1 in 11.4 billion.
And then lastly, 19.1.6.
That was a mixture of 3 individuals. Both Jacqueline Pokuaa and Nestor Hernandez were included as being potential contributors with a statistical weight of 96 in 100. So for every 100 individuals, you would also expect 96 people to be included potentially in that same manner.
Okay. And so in summation, in every stain that came from the magazine and the gun that was submitted to your to your lab, Nestor Hernandez was included as a contributor. Is that right?
On the samples that, yes, I just talked about, he was included as being a potential contributor.
Okay. I'll pass the witness, John.
No questions. Yes, ma'am.
No, there's some statement.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Excuse me.
Thank you.
Go ahead, next witness.
State calls Ankita Patel.
Swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
My name is Ankita Patel, and my first name is Ankita, last name Patel, Patel.
And how are you currently employed?
I am currently employed at the University of North Texas Center for Human Identification.
Okay, and how long have you been there?
Since October 2017.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury your training, your background, your experience?
Yes. So I have a Bachelor of Science with a major in Molecular Bioscience, and I have a Master of Science in Forensic Science. And both of these contain courses in molecular biology, genetics, as well as statistics and biochemistry. And these are the required courses for a forensic DNA analyst position. As part of my responsibilities, I perform DNA testing on various samples, such as bones, teeth, blood cards, buccal swabs, and hair samples. I analyze the data that is obtained from these samples and make comparisons when needed. And I also write and review reports.
Okay. And have you testified as an expert before?
Yes, once.
Okay. And could you explain to the jury what mitochondrial DNA is and how that's different from nuclear DNA?
Okay, so DNA stands for deoxyribose nucleic acid, and this is the molecule that is responsible for your growth, your development, and the functioning of all human beings. So most people are familiar with traditional nuclear DNA, and this is the DNA that you find in the nucleus of the cell, and this is the DNA that you inherit from both your mother and your father. So you inherit 50% from your mother and 50% from your father, and this is what makes you unique and gives you your unique characteristics, such as your hair color, your eye color, and no two individuals, except in the case of identical twins, will have the same nuclear DNA. We also test for...
Excuse me, can you just slow down?
Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. So we also test for another type of DNA at our lab, and this is known as mitochondrial DNA, and this is found in a different compartment to where you would find the traditional nuclear DNA. We have many mitochondria, and these are organelles that are responsible for making energy for your cells. And we have many, many of these in our cells, and each of those have their own mitochondrial DNA. So the unique thing about mitochondrial DNA is that we only inherit it from our mothers, and it is inherited unchanged. So that means it's not unique, but it can still help us with identifying individuals that have or share the same maternal lineage. So for example, my siblings and I that share the same mother, we all have exactly the same mitochondrial DNA profile. And likewise, that would be the same as my mother's and my mother's mothers, and all throughout our maternal lineage.
All right. In this particular case, did we ask you to do an analysis of some hair samples?
Yes.
All right. May I approach the witness room?
Yes, you may.
Ms. Patel, I am showing you what's been marked as State Exhibits 184 through 187, which contain the contents of Nestor Hernandez's blood sample, 188 through 193, which contain the contents of Selena Villatoro's buccal swab, and then 194 through 219, which are the contents of the DNA swabs and the hair lifts. Can you look through these and see if you recognize them?
Okay.
So while she's looking for those, would you describe 184 through 187?
184 through 187 is the package that contains Nestor Hernandez's blood sample.
And 219?
219 is a picture of the hair, one of the hair lifts.
Okay.
Are these Do you recognize these?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
I recognize them each by their unique UNT case number. So when we receive cases in our lab, we assign them a unique case number.
Okay. And do they fairly and accurately depict the samples as you receive them and then photograph them?
Yes, they do.
And at this time, State Office 184 through 219 for all purposes? Tendering to
Okay.
defense. Okay.
All right, state exhibits 184 through 219 are admitted for all
Thank you. As a part of the analysis that you do, Ms. Matel, do you then generate a report indicating what your findings are?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, may we publish State's Exhibit number 147?
Yes, you may. You may.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Matel, does this appear to be a copy of the report that you generated in this particular case?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and as we see here, these are all the hair samples that were submitted to your lab?
That's correct.
Okay, and they say hairs from slide of a pistol and 6 swabs of possible DNA, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so let's walk through the results of your analysis. Were you able to identify a profile, reportable profile in these hair samples?
So from the 9 samples that we tested, we obtained mitochondrial DNA profiles from 8 of those samples.
Okay. So let's walk through each one of those, however you would like to.
Okay. May I refer to my report, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's for hair sample 23-0389.1A1. Were you able to determine a DNA profile?
Yes, we did.
Okay, please explain to the jury.
So a partial mitochondrial DNA profile was obtained from item 23-0389.1A1.
Slow down just a smidge. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Okay. Nestor Hernandez is excluded as the contributor of the mitochondrial DNA from item 23-0389.1A1.
Okay, and then what about Selena Villatoro?
Selena Villatoro, or any matrilineal relative of Selena Villatoro, cannot be excluded as the contributor of the mitochondrial DNA from item 23-0389.1A1. Utilizing the mitochondrial DNA population database currently available from the FBI lab, the partial mitochondrial DNA sequence from item 23-0389.1A1 has been observed as follows: 1 in 2,449 individuals of African descent, 0 in 2,609 individuals of Caucasian descent, 2 in 2,576 individuals of Hispanic descent, 0 in 1,036 individuals of Native American descent, and 0 in 1,959 individuals of Asian descent. Based on the population databases for the 3 population groups, African American, Caucasian, and Hispanic, and using a 95% confidence interval, the frequency of the observed mitochondrial DNA haplotype is not expected to exceed 0.24%.
And just to, since we've met before regarding your testimony, just to prepare the jury, you have to say this whole thing for each sample, is that right?
For each sample that we obtained the results for.
Okay.
That's correct.
All right, so let's go to sample 23-0389.1A2.
Okay. Mitochondrial DNA sequence was obtained from item 23-0389.1A2. Nestor Hernandez is excluded as the contributor of the mitochondrial DNA from 23-0389.1A2. Selena Villatoro, or any matrilineal relative of Selena Villatoro, cannot be excluded as the contributor of the mitochondrial DNA from item 23-0389.1A2. Utilizing the mitochondrial DNA population database currently available from the FBI lab, the mitochondrial DNA sequence from item 23-0389.1A2 has been observed as follows: 1 in 2,449 individuals of African descent, 0 in 2,609 individuals of Caucasian descent, 2 in 2,576 individuals of Hispanic descent, 0 in 1,036 individuals of Native American descent, and 0 in 1,959 individuals of Asian descent. based on population databases for 3 population groups, African American, Caucasian, and Hispanic, and using a 95% confidence interval, the frequency of the observed mitochondrial DNA haplotype is not expected to exceed 0.24%.
And just so we know, what is a haplotype?
A haplotype is just another version of what we use for a mitochondrial DNA profile.
Okay. Now, item 23-0389.1A3.
Mitochondrial DNA sequence was obtained from item 23-0389.1A3. Nestor Hernandez is excluded as the contributor of the mitochondrial DNA from item 23-0389.1A3. Selena Villatoro, or any matrilineal relative of Selena Villatoro, cannot be excluded as the contributor of the mitochondrial DNA from item 23-0389.1A3. Utilizing the mitochondrial DNA population database currently available from the FBI lab, the mitochondrial DNA sequence from item 23-0389.1A3 has been observed as follows. 1 in 2,449 individuals of African descent, 0 in 2,609 individuals of Caucasian descent, 2 in 2,576 individuals of Hispanic descent, 0 in 1,036 individuals of Native American descent, and 0 in 1,959 individuals of Asian descent. And based on the population database for the 3 population groups, African American, Caucasian, and Hispanic, and using a 95% confidence interval, the frequency of the observed mitochondrial DNA haplotype is not expected to exceed 0.24%.
Let's go to item 23-0389.1A4.
Mitochondrial DNA sequence was obtained from item 23-0389.1A4. Nestor Hernandez is excluded as the contributor of the mitochondrial DNA from 23-0389.1A4. Selena Villatoro, or any matrilineal relative of Selena Villatoro, cannot be excluded as the contributor of the mitochondrial DNA from item 23-0389.1A4. Utilizing the mitochondrial DNA population database currently available from the FBI lab, the mitochondrial DNA sequence from item 23-0389.1A4 has been observed as follows. 1 in 2,449 individuals of African descent, 0 in 2,609 individuals of Caucasian descent, 2 in 2,576 individuals of Hispanic descent, 0 in 1,036 individuals of Native American descent, and 0 in 1,959 individuals of Asian descent. Based on the population databases for the 3 population groups, African American, Caucasian, and Hispanic, and using a 95% confidence interval, the frequency of the observed mitochondrial DNA haplotype is not expected to exceed 0.24%.
Item 23-0389.1A5.
Mitochondrial DNA sequence was obtained from item 23-0389.1A5. Nestor Hernandez is excluded as the contributor of mitochondrial DNA from 23-0389.1A5. Selena Villatoro, or any matrilineal relative of Selena Villatoro, cannot be excluded as the contributor of mitochondrial DNA from item 23-0389.1A5. Utilizing the mitochondrial DNA population database currently available from the FBI lab, the mitochondrial DNA sequence from item 23-0389.1A5 has been observed as follows. 1 in 2,449 individuals of African descent, 0 in 2,609 individuals of Caucasian descent, 2 in 2,576 individuals of Hispanic descent, 0 in 1,036 individuals of Native American descent, and 0 in 1,959 individuals of Asian descent. Based on population databases for 3 population groups, African American, Caucasian, and Hispanic, and using a 95% confidence interval, the frequency of the observed mitochondrial DNA haplotype is not expected to exceed 0.24%.
Item 23-0389.1A6.
A partial mitochondrial DNA sequence was obtained from item 23-0389.1A6. Nestor Hernandez is excluded as the contributor of the mitochondrial DNA from 23-0389.1A6. Selena Villatoro, or any matrilineal relative of Selena Villatoro, cannot be excluded as the contributor of the mitochondrial DNA from item 23-0389.1A6. Utilizing the mitochondrial DNA population database currently available from the FBI lab, the partial mitochondrial DNA sequence from item 23-0389.1A6 has been observed as follows. 1 in 2,449 individuals of African descent, 0 in 2,609 individuals of Caucasian descent, 2 in 2,576 individuals of Hispanic descent, 0 in 1,036 individuals of Native American descent, and 0 in 1,959 individuals of Asian descent. Based on population databases for 3 population groups, African American, Caucasian, and Hispanic, and using a 95% confidence interval, the frequency of the observed mitochondrial DNA haplotype is not expected to exceed 0.24%.
Item 23-0389.187.
Mitochondrial DNA sequence was obtained from item 23-0389.187. Nestor Hernandez is excluded as the contributor of the mitochondrial DNA from 23-0389.187. Selena Villatoro, or any matrilineal relative of Selena Villatoro, cannot be excluded as the contributor of the mitochondrial DNA from item 23-0389.187. Using the mitochondrial DNA population database currently available from the FBI lab, the mitochondrial DNA sequence from item 23-0389.187 has been observed as follows: 1 in 2,449 individuals of African descent, 0 in 2,609 individuals of Caucasian descent, 2 in 2,576 individuals of Hispanic descent, 0 in 1,036 individuals of Native American descent, and 0 in 1,959 individuals of Asian descent. Based on population databases for 3 population groups, African American, Caucasian, and Hispanic, and using a 95% confidence interval, the frequency of the observed mitochondrial DNA haplotype is not expected to exceed 0.24%.
Item 23-0389.188.
Mitochondrial DNA sequence was obtained from item 23-0389.188. Nestor Hernandez is excluded as the contributor of the mitochondrial DNA from 23-0389.188. Selena Villatoro, or any matrilineal relative of Selena Villatoro, cannot be excluded as the contributor of the mitochondrial DNA from item 23-0389.188. Utilizing the mitochondrial DNA population database currently available from the FBI lab, the mitochondrial DNA sequence from item 23-0389.188 has been observed as follows: 1 in 2,449 individuals of African descent, 0 in 2,609 individuals of Caucasian descent, 2 in 2,576 individuals of Hispanic descent, 0 in 1,036 individuals of Native American descent, and 0 in 1,959 individuals of Asian descent. Based on the population databases for 3 population groups, African American, Caucasian, and Hispanic, and using a 95% confidence interval, the frequency of the observed mitochondrial DNA haplotype is not expected to exceed 0.24%.
And lastly, item 23-0389.189.
Item 23-0389.189 yielded no discernible amplified mitochondrial DNA fragments and therefore was not sequenced.
All right. So to summarize that, of 9 of those samples, 8 of them we were not able to exclude Selena or her maternal lineage as we were not able to exclude her as a contributor or her maternal lineage.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, and just for the record, these items that we just discussed, they were from hairs from the slide pistol, 6 swabs of possible DNA, and 23-0389.1A were hairs from the slide pistol.
Thank you.
No further questions, pass the witness.
Defense?
No questions, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and the defense, hold on 1 second. The defense shall stand while
Yes, ma'am.
addressing the court or the witnesses.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Doctor. You're free to leave.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 minutes till lunch. So we're going to break for lunch for an hour, 15 minutes. Let's be back here at 1:15.
All right.
The jurors are present and seated. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
I hope you all had a chance to get lunch.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Is the state ready to call their next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
State calls Dr. Travis Danielson.
Good afternoon. Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you. State, may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Travis Danielson, Travisdanielsen.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm currently a medical examiner. I work for Dallas County Medical Examiner's Office, which is part of the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences.
Okay, how long have you done that?
About almost a year and a half, I think.
What did you do before that?
I was a medical examiner in Knoxville, Tennessee for 1 year. Prior to that, I was a medical examiner in Colorado Springs, Colorado for nearly 3 years.
Okay. Could you give the jury a little bit about your training, your experience, and your education background?
Certainly. I graduated from medical school, earned my medical degree in 2012 at the St. George's University in Grenada, West Indies. Following that, I completed a 3-year anatomic pathology residency at UT Southwestern here in Dallas. Completed a 2-year neuropathology fellowship again here in Dallas at UT Southwestern, and a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology again here in Dallas.
And what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is kind of a subset within the field of pathology that deals mainly with autopsy pathology, particularly cases that tend to have a medical legal angle to them.
And as a medical examiner, do you do autopsy?
That's the main thing that I do, yes.
And do you perform them for Dallas County only?
Dallas County, as well as we contract with, I don't know how many, 20 some odd other counties throughout Texas.
Okay. And at whose request do you perform those autopsies?
They're under the jurisdiction of our office, typically if the death occurs within Dallas County.
Okay. Tell the jury, what is an autopsy?
So an autopsy, you guys probably have some kind of idea what it is. It's, a postmortem examination of the body. You can somewhat break it down into two separate things. There's an external portion, which is pretty self-explanatory, the external part of the body where we note things such as eye color, hair color, the condition of the body, the teeth, any kind of scars, marks on the body, anything like that, any kind of injuries that we can see externally on the body. So that's the external portion of the examination, followed by the internal examination where we open the body, remove each one of the organs, weigh those organs, dissect those organs, and note any kinds of natural disease processes or injuries to any of those organs as well.
How many autopsies do you think you performed over your career?
Forensic autopsies, somewhere between 1,500 and 2,000.
Okay. And have you testified as an expert in this area?
Yes, ma'am.
Few or many cases?
That's relative, but I would say many.
Okay. May I approach the witness? Yes, you may. Dr. Davidson, on October 23rd, I'm going to show you what's been marked as case exhibit 149 and 150. Did you conduct an autopsy on this person?
Yes, I did.
And is this the report that you generated according to that autopsy?
Yes, it is.
All right. And this picture and the report, is this an accurate copy of your actual report?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And did you take this photograph?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, State Office takes exhibit 149 and 150 for all purposes.
Oh, good.
State's Exhibits 149 and 150 are admitted for all purposes.
Also, Dr. Danielson, while I'm up here, I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 151 through 162. Can you take a look at these and tell me what they are?
These are photographs taken by myself during the autopsy.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the condition of the body at the time of the autopsy?
Yes, they do. One is a photograph of an x-ray that was done during the autopsy, and one is a diagram that I completed following the autopsy, but the remainder are photographs from the autopsy itself.
Okay. Did there appear to be any deletions or changes or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, State Office Statement Exhibit 151 through 162 for all purposes. Take your defense counsel for the objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibits 151 through 162 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Charlie, you report up? No. Dr. Gaines, did Charlie report up there with you? No.
I believe this is the report I brought with me. You're welcome to it.
I have an extra copy. Thank you, though. All right. Just for identification purposes, Your Honor, may permission to publish State's Exhibits 149 through 162.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. On State's Exhibit 150, is this the identification? Oh, sorry. State's Exhibit 150, are we looking at the identification photo of our complainant, Jacqueline Pokuaa?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And can you describe the general condition of her body when you began your autopsy?
So typically, in a case such as this, we receive the body fully clothed with any personal effects they have on them, any kind of medical interventions that have been done to them. This photograph itself is taken following the removal of all those items and cleaning.
Okay. Now, what was the result of your external examination?
I found there to be a gunshot wound to the back of her head.
Where exactly in the back of her head?
So the middle portion of the lower back of the head near the neck.
And at the injury site, did there appear to be any soot or stippling?
No, so those are things that we look for in forensic pathology with firearm wounds or gunshot wounds to determine if there's any contact wound would leave stippling, a close range could leave stippling and soot around the entrance wound, or you could just have stippling indicating a medium range of fire. None of those features were present around this defect.
Now, what were the results of your internal examination?
So I follow this gunshot wound that she has to the back of her head. She has hemorrhaging under the scalp in that area, so bleeding. It's a fancy word for bleeding. The bullet itself somewhat fractures, something I've not really ever seen before in my career. This bullet splits in nearly two equal pieces. One piece goes into the musculature of her her upper back or her neck, while one travels through the skull and into her brain.
All right, now let's go through the photos. State's Exhibit 151, could you explain to Drew what we're looking at?
Yeah, so in a case like this, we typically take what we call as-is photos. So we open the bag, and this is exactly how the body is received as is. So this is the top half as we received as is.
State's Exhibit 152.
And again, so we try to capture the as-is in a top photo and a lower photo, and so this would be the lower photo of the as-is photograph.
Exhibit 153.
This is a photograph of the back of her neck. I think there's hopefully a closer up view. We've removed the hair along that area to help expose this defect, this injury.
Okay. Exhibit 154, is this what you mean?
Yes, so the hair has been shaved and removed, and you can, I don't have a pointer, but it's essentially in the very middle of this photograph. You can see a defect to the back of her head.
We're going to come back to that one. I want to be able to point out what you're exactly talking about.
Certainly.
Actually, Your Honor, maybe we have a moment just to grab a point.
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
If you could point out and describe what you was talking about on Exhibit 154.
Certainly. So this is an entrance defect or wound, gunshot wound right here.
And what about in State's Exhibit 155?
So we're looking, this is the first thing we have to do when we're examining the head is we have to reflect or remove the scalp from the skull itself. And so what you're doing, you're seeing is you're looking straight down on the top of her head, the back of the head being the lower portion of the photo here, and the front of her head being the top portion of the photo. And so what you see here, this dark red area, the scalp should mainly, under the scalp should look like this kind of pink yellow, and this is all bleeding or hemorrhage under the scalp itself, indicating a recent injury to the head.
So that is all abnormal.
Absolutely.
State's Exhibit 156, what is it looking at?
So once we've done that, we remove the top of the skull and expose the brain. So this is the same angle. Essentially, you're looking from the top down. And you see that area we were just talking about with the hemorrhage here. You're also seeing all this, there's dense areas of blood or bleeding hemorrhage here around the brain, as well as on parts of the two cerebral hemispheres. That's all abnormal. That's an indication of trauma to the brain.
What I'm looking at in State's Exhibit 157.
So this is before the autopsy itself, we actually do a full body scan radiograph of the body. And the reason for that, we essentially always do it if we're suspicious of a gunshot wound or we know there's a gunshot wound. So that's what we're looking at here.
Okay. And are you able to see where the gunshot, where the projectile is within her body?
Yes.
Okay, where is it?
So I think I kind of jumped the gun a little bit when I said that the bullet splits. So the bullet split essentially into two pieces, and what you can see from the within the skull, there's a bright white item there at the top of the skull. That is one of those pieces. That's the piece of the bullet that was actually in the brain itself. There's another piece that appears like it's in the face, and I'll point to it here. And so essentially, when this bullet split in two, that piece went down in the upper part of the neck or the upper back area, and it appears as if it's in the face here, but what we're seeing is an image that goes all the way through. So it can be here or it can be here, but it's within the body itself. So that's the piece of the projectile that I recovered from the neck.
State's Exhibit 158, what are you looking at here?
So this is what we call a court diagram. We prepare these typically for gunshot wounds, homicides, and I designate there's a key at the top of the page, and it says a filled-in circle is an entrance gunshot wound, or parentheses GSW for short, and a circle with a plus sign in it is the location where I recovered a projectile or projectiles. And so you can see there's a solid circle on the back of the head indicated here, as well as two circles with the plus marks, and one is in the musculature. Well, it's just indicating it in the neck or the back, and one within the head indicated here.
So the bullets entered the body but never came out until you recovered those projectiles, correct?
That's correct.
And can you tell the direction of travel of the bullets?
So typically I describe the direction in 3 dimensions, how it passes through the body. This one is more difficult because this bullet essentially splits into 2 pieces. But the general direction is from the back to the front.
Space Exhibit 159, is this one of the projectiles that you recovered?
Yes, so this is the projectile from the upper back / neck that I've indicated on that envelope, yes.
Okay. Space Exhibit 160.
And I typically try to do this if the sides look different, and so I flipped that larger piece over to show you that it's really flattened, and so this is clearly a projectile that's broken during its path.
Space Exhibit 161.
And so this is the other, essentially half of the bullet that was recovered from the brain, and I've indicated that as the R, or right frontal lobe, so from the brain itself.
Space Exhibit 162, that was the other side of that.
Exactly. You know, I flipped it over to show the other side. It's the same projectile fragment from the brain.
May I approach the witness room?
You may.
I'm showing you what's already been admitted as Space Exhibits 177 and 178. Do these contain those exact projectiles that we just discussed in Space Exhibit 161 and 162?
Yes, they do.
And these are the ones that you recovered yourself?
As long as they have not been opened, yes.
They have not. Dr. Dennison, this type of injury, would death have been immediate?
You know, there's nothing from a forensic pathology anatomic standpoint that I can say that it's an instantaneous death. There's very few things that will cause an instantaneous death, and this doesn't have any of those features, so it would not be instantaneous.
Would someone be able to survive this shot?
No, I don't believe so.
Now, as a part of your examination, do you do toxicology?
Yes, we collect specimens, blood, urine if it's available, and vitreous fluid, which is the fluid within the eye. We collect those specimens during the autopsy, and we send those to our toxicology lab.
Okay, and why do you do that?
You know, it can have implications beyond the scope of this conversation. Individuals who don't have injuries such as this can die as a result of drugs they may or may not have taken.
May I publish Space Exhibit 149?
Yes, you may.
This is that copy of the report of toxicology. And what was the result of the toxicology?
Her toxicology analysis was essentially negative. No substances whatsoever were detected by our toxicology lab.
Now, based upon this autopsy, let's just go through your findings first, and then we will go to my last couple of questions. So the entrance here with the back of the head is according to your report?
Correct. So the last page of our report, we call it findings, and we just summarize the main findings.
All right, will you summarize those for us?
Yeah, so again, the entrance is on the back of the head. The path of the bullet, it perforates the skin, the subcutaneous tissue, so that's a fancy word for just the tissue under the skin. Part of the bullet penetrates the muscle of the mid-posterior neck. Portion of the bullet perforates the occipital bone, so that's the bone at the back of the skull. The cerebellum, which is a smaller part of the brain at the back, and penetrates the cerebrum or the brain hemisphere itself. And the next letter is recovery, and I summarize that 2 markedly deformed, essentially equal projectile fragments and their locations that they were recovered from. Associated injuries, meaning injuries that are associated with this gunshot wound itself, hemorrhaging under the scalp, which we saw, subdural hemorrhage over the cerebral convexity, so that was the hemorrhage I was talking about when we were looking at the brain itself, as well as subarachnoid hemorrhages, again, hemorrhages on top of the brain. And the general direction travel of the bullet, again, this one's difficult because it essentially splits into 2 pieces that go almost opposite directions, but the general direction of this bullet is from the back to the front. And the range, again, as I stated earlier, we don't have any soot, we don't have any stippling, we don't have any of those findings to make a determination as to the range, meaning how far away the gun was from the skin when it was fired.
Based upon your autopsy, do you have an opinion as to Ms. Pokuaa's cause of death?
Yes, her cause of death is gunshot wound of the head and neck.
And is her injury consistent with someone who was shot in the back of the head with a firearm at kind of close range?
I can't say the range, but yes, it is consistent with someone who's shot in the back of the head.
And were you able to make an opinion as to the manner of death?
Yes, the manner of death is homicide. That's the death of a person caused by the actions of another person.
No further questions, Your Honor. I'll pass it.
Dr. Danielson, just want to touch briefly on something you just touched on. The range of fire from this. Can you tell the jury what you look for in trying to determine the range of fire?
Right, so I think glazed over it a little bit. The things that we look for are soot deposition, so that's stuff that comes out of the end of the end of the gun. We look for stippling, so that's kind of unburnt pieces of gunpowder that can hit the skin and cause an abrasion or a scrape type injury. Those things aren't present here. We also look and see if there's evidence of a muzzle stamp, so that's typically seen if the gun is in contact with the skin. There can be an injury around it that is in the shape of the muzzle of the gun. So none of those things are here, and so I can't say that this is a contact gunshot wound. I can't say that it's a close range gunshot wound. I can't say that it's a medium gunshot range. And so therefore, indeterminate is the de facto range in this case.
Okay, and when you're talking about you split it up into the two, to near, medium, or contact, the contact wound obviously is not a contact wound.
Right, so I typically separate it into contact, touching the skin, close range, and medium range.
And when you're talking about close range, what is in your definition would constitute a close range injury?
Close range, to me, would have to show soot and stippling on the skin around the defect. So close to me is not contact. It's not as close as contact, but it's also not as far away as medium range, which only has stippling. And so close falls in between those two. And those are the findings I would look for in a close range.
And can you quantify those in terms of inches?
So we can speak in general terms about that. Typically, I have to give a disclaimer that those are general terms. The only way to actually determine the ranges in inches is to test fire that weapon. But for what you're asking, so a close range is typically 6 to 12 inches, and a medium range is typically 1 to 3 feet. And those are, again, very, very general terms. So highly dependent on the firearm you're using, can even depend on the type of ammunition you're using. if you're going to quantify it, you should use the exact same firearm, the exact same ammunition, and the exact same ammunition from the same lot number if you really want to narrow that down.
And that's something that can be ascertained by using, if you have the actual weapon and you have the actual ammunition that was being used in that weapon, you can ascertain by test firing that weapon, what kind of distribution it will leave in regards to a soot or stiffness. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Not me personally.
No, I'm not saying you, sir. I'm saying that would be for a firearms examiner.
Exactly, yes. For a firearms examiner, that is something that can be done, yes.
Very good. That's all I have, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, may this witness be released?
Oh, Your Honor, I have one more question.
Go ahead.
Doctor, during your exam, did you find any evidence of disease or anything previous that would have prevented Ms. Pokuaa from living a normal life?
No, nothing significant in terms of natural disease, no. She appeared to be a relatively healthy young woman.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be released?
No objections on the stand.
No objection.
All right, thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, call your name.
Signing on state call, Dr. Stephen Hastings Holmes.
We approach the bench.
Yes.
So right here? Okay. Maybe right here? I'm done. But the alternates swing out and around. Okay. So like here? Yep. You see it there? So that's too far, right?
Not that one. No, ma'am, I'm not that big.
testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, state may proceed.
Thank you, Ron. Good afternoon, Dr. Hastings.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for your patience.
Very welcome.
You can please state your name for the record and spell it, please.
It is Stephen Hastings. That's Stephen with a PH, S-T-E-P-H-E-N. And then the last name is Hastings, H-A-S-T-I-N-G-S.
Dr. Hastings, how are you currently employed?
I am a medical examiner for Dallas County.
And how long have you been in that position?
I did my fellowship in 2014 to 2015. Fellowship is a one-year training program, and I've been a full-time medical examiner since 2015.
Could you please talk to the jury about your education, training, and experience?
Yes. So after high school, I did undergraduate studies at Indiana University. I earned a Bachelor of Science in Biology. After that, I completed medical school at Indiana University and earned an MD degree. After that, I did 4 years in the study of anatomic and clinical pathology at the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center. Anatomic and clinical pathology is the study of disease and how it affects the human body. And then after that, I did a one-year fellowship in Dallas in forensic pathology that I previously mentioned.
All right, Dr. Hastings, let me take you to the date of October the 23rd, 2022, at approximately 7:15 a.m. Did you have the occasion to perform an autopsy on the decedent by the name of Katie Flowers?
Yes, I did.
And during the course of your autopsy, did you take several photographs?
I did.
And after you completed the autopsy, did you complete an autopsy report?
Yes.
Wish to approach the witness, Sharp.
You may.
All right, Hastings, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 163. Does this appear to be the autopsy report that you completed in this case?
Yes, this is a copy of the autopsy report.
I'm also going to show you what's been previously admitted for record purposes only at this point. State's Exhibit number 164. Does this appear to be the identification photo of Katie Flowers?
Yes, it is.
Finally, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 165 through 172. These appear to be photographs that you took during the course of your autopsy of Katie Flowers.
Yes, there are photographs as well as one x-ray taken at the time of autopsy.
And these all fairly and accurately depict the decedent at the time that you conducted this autopsy.
Yes.
This time around, the state's going to offer State's Exhibits 163 through 172 for all purposes.
We have no objection.
All right, State's Exhibits 163 through 172 are admitted for all purposes.
Mr. Post to the jury, Your Honor.
You may.
All right, Dr. Hastings. We've already heard about the generalities of autopsy, so we'll jump right into this particular one, okay?
All right.
If you could talk about the external examination. Well, let me ask you this first of all. How old was the decedent at the time of her death?
63 years old.
And what was her date of birth?
The date of birth was August 2nd of 1959.
Okay. Go ahead and describe your external examination in this case.
So the beginning, the external involves the general description of the decedent, height and weight, things of that nature, hair color. There was some therapy that the hospital had attempted to do, unfortunately unsuccessfully, to try and resuscitate her from her injuries. And then she had the gunshot wound of the head. Would you like me to get into that description now?
Yeah, let's go ahead and talk about the evidence of therapy first.
Yes, she had a plethora of therapeutic interventions that the hospital had attempted to do to try to save her life, including placing an endotracheal tube or a tube down her airway to try and assist her in breathing. They had also done multiple IVs and done multiple surgical interventions, including a thoracotomy incision, which is an incision on the left side of the chest, which they'll do to try and explore to see if there's any bleeding there. There's an abdominal incision, and they had also made an incision on the thigh as well as on the neck.
Okay. Let's move on to the evidence of injury.
So she had one gunshot wound. There was a gunshot entrance wound involving the left side of her face. Associated with that gunshot wound, there's what was called stippling on the skin. Stippling is important because it can help us determine the range of fire. So if the muzzle of the firearm is close to the skin, it can deposit gunpowder particles on the skin, which can produce these red dot-like structures or lesions on the skin called stippling. So typically, in order to get an exact determination of the range, you'd have to test the specific gun with the specific type of ammunition. But on typical, it'd be within about 3 feet. On average, for how far from the muzzle to the skin to have that stippling, it can be up to about 3 feet, although in some instances it can be longer, possibly even up to 4 to 5 feet.
Okay, so you mentioned the stippling. Was there stippling in this particular autopsy?
Yes, she did have stippling, indicating medium range. Again, you'd have to test the specific ammunition and the specific gun, but likely within approximately 3 feet or so.
Okay, and we can talk about that further when we look at the photographs, but go ahead and move forward with the evidence of injury and the gunshot wound.
Yes, so internally, her injuries associated with this entrance wound, the bullet entered and damaged multiple important structures. So in the order, general order that the bullet traveled through, went through the mandible, which is the lower jawbone, went through the tongue, the epiglottis. The epiglottis is a structure that if you're swallowing or eating food, it will cover the airway to prevent that food or liquid or whatever it may be from entering the airway and going down into the lungs. So went through that structure, the back of the throat, the right common carotid artery. So the carotid artery is the artery that's bringing blood from the heart and supplying the brain. The right internal jugular vein. So the jugular vein is the vein that's bringing the blood back. So the carotid artery brings the blood from the heart up to the head, and then the jugular vein brings the blood back down to the heart. So both of those structures were injured. Went through the right sternocleidomastoid muscle, which is this muscle right here on the side of the neck. And in association with these injuries, there were fractures of the hyoid bone, which is a U-shaped bone up in the upper neck. The thyroid cartilage, also known as the Adam's apple. Fractures of the mandible, or the lower jawbone. And there were fractures and dislocations of numerous teeth. And then the bullet was recovered from the soft tissues of the posterior neck. So the posterior means the back, so the back of the neck. And the general direction of this wound within the body was left to right, front to back, and downward.
So you have a note here that describes, I guess, something with the left eye. Did you discuss that? We're looking at the bottom of page 2. It says the left eye has a periorbital ankylosis.
Yes, so associated with this wound, there is bleeding surrounding the left eye as well.
Okay, if you could move forward to the internal examination.
So she did the internal examination. When performing an autopsy, we document the traumatic injuries. Also, as part of doing the autopsy, we will document any natural disease that the person may have. By natural disease, I mean disease involving the internal organs such as the heart and liver and various visceral organs not related to the trauma. So she did have extensive disease, extensive natural disease, the most significant of which was that she had pancreatic adenocarcinoma that had metastasized to her liver. So the pancreas is an organ within the upper abdomen. So she had cancer involving that had metastasized or traveled to her liver with at least 15 metastatic lesions involving her liver. She'd also previously had a myocardial infarct, also known as a heart attack, so there was scarring involving her heart. She also had chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, specifically emphysema, which is a disease involving the lungs, typically associated with smoking, where the airway structures are damaged by the smoke and become enlarged. which can cause shortness of breath and breathing difficulties. In addition to that, she had atherosclerosis of her aorta, which is when you get thickening of the wall of the aorta, where it becomes, you can develop plaques within the lumen or the interior of the aorta. So those were the most significant of her natural disease that she had.
Okay, so let's go ahead and look at the photographs that you took. Let's start with state exhibit number 164. For the record, could you go ahead and please state the case number for this particular autopsy for the record?
Yes, so each case is assigned a specific case number. This case number stays with all items for this case, including the autopsy report, all photographs, as you see here on the placard, any toxicology or anything like that, and it's on the autopsy report. So in this specific case, it's IFS, which stands for Institute of Forensic Science, Institute of Forensic Sciences / the year, in this case 22-21047.
Okay. So again, states 164. Can you tell us what we see in this photograph?
This is what we call an identification photograph. So there's a placard underneath here with the case number I previously mentioned. This is used for identification purposes in order to take a photograph to demonstrate evidence that this is the specific person who's autopsied and is associated with this case with this placard. You can see a little bit of this gunshot wound on the left side of the face that I'm sure we'll see better pictures of later, as well as some stippling on the skin, which we'll get into as well later.
First, Sean. Approach.
Yes.
So as you're describing this, doctor, if you wouldn't mind,
Oh, certainly.
for the purposes of the jury, just pointing to the injuries that you're describing. States 165.
This is what is called an as-is photograph. So this is a photograph of the body. Once I open the body bag, I have not made any manipulations to the body. I have not removed any of the evidence or the therapy from the hospital. So if you're looking at the photograph, you can see this endotracheal tube that I previously described. That's the tube that's coming out of the mouth. It's used for breathing. You can see these envelopes on the hands, which are an attempt to try and preserve gunshot residue for gunshot residue analysis. And there's various tubes coming from the body that were replaced by the hospital.
States 166.
And this is another photograph of the lower body. Again, you see all these tubes that are coming from various places, including the chest and bladder with collection receptacles present between the legs.
States 167. And let me just, before you answer, I'll state for the record that in respect for the decedent, we have covered the private parts for this particular photograph. Yeah.
So this is the body after some of the therapy was removed. So this is you can see the identification number on the placard as well. This is after the clothing has been removed, so we can see where the specific injuries are.
States 168.
So here we're getting into the gunshot entrance wound. So here you can see this round defect here is the gunshot entrance wound. So typically gunshot entrance wounds are round and have what's called a marginal abrasion. So you see this red circumferential ring around the gunshot wound consistent with the gunshot entrance wound. I previously mentioned the stippling, which are the red dot-like lesions that you see on the skin. You can see all these little red dots with hemorrhage around them, which are consistent with stippling, including extending on the left side of the face here and extending onto the neck as well.
And so you can kind of see in this photograph towards the right side of the neck a large area of, looks like stitching.
Yes, I previously mentioned they've done an incision here, possibly looking for traumatic injury, and there's a large amount of associated hemorrhage here. The bullet is on the right side of the neck, so the back of the right side of the neck in this area. So her face is overlying where the bullet would be, but if you imagine the back of the neck over here in this region, here would be where the bullet is, and there's a large amount of hemorrhage all surrounding that area.
Page 169.
And this is another photograph. Again, this is depicting some of the stippling again. The gunshot entrance wound is down here. And then again, all these dot-like lesions here represent stippling from gunshot residue strike, or gunshot the powder striking the skin.
So Dr. Hastings, during the course of our meeting in preparation for this trial, you had the opportunity to watch a body cam from a police officer who was there at the time of the shooting of this victim. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Based upon what you saw in that video, is that consistent with the stippling that we see here on the victim's face?
I couldn't definitively see how far away, based on just the video, from the muzzle of the weapon that the student was, if she was in a darker room, but it could be consistent with that. Again, I mentioned that generally it's within about 3 feet, but you'd have to test the specific gun with ammunition, and in some cases it can extend out further than 3 feet.
Say it's 170?
And again, you're seeing, even on the eye, you can see some stippling here, so indicating the eye was open when the powder struck the eyeball itself, as well as the lower eyelid there.
Space 171, what is this depicting?
This is an internal photograph, so to help orient you. The head would be up here, the legs are extending down here. So this, when we make the incision, we make an incision, Y-shaped incision on the body. The chest skin is reflected upwards into the neck towards the face. So this is the skin that's been reflected upwards. And this is the carotid artery here. Normally the whole carotid artery should all be intact like this. You can see where the carotid artery is injured. And normally the tissue should be a little bit more like this color, kind of a pale tan to pink color. All of this purple discoloration here is all hemorrhage associated with the injury, where the blood is pouring out of this artery into all the surrounding soft tissues, which are all damaged as well.
Final mistakes 172.
And then here's an x-ray. We take x-rays at the time of autopsy in order to determine where bullets are and to make sure we recover all those bullets. As I mentioned, the bullet is in the posterior right side of the neck. So here is towards the very upper right side of the back where it meets the neck. You can see the bullet right here on the x-ray, and I did recover that bullet during the autopsy.
Permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Dr. Hastings, I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit number 176. This appears to be the projectile that you recovered during the course of your autopsy of Katie Flowers.
Yes, this is the projectile, and this is my handwriting on the envelope, and it is sealed here as well. Welcome.
So Dr. Hastings, going back to your internal examination, you discussed that Ms. Flowers had pancreatic cancer.
Yes.
Did that have any effect on her cause of death?
It did not.
Based upon your autopsy and your expertise, what is your opinion of the cause of death in this particular case?
The cause of death was gunshot wound of the head into the neck.
And what was your conclusion as to the manner of death?
Homicide.
Totally separate from your autopsy, Dr. Hastings, but are you familiar with the effects of methamphetamine?
Yes.
On the human body, particularly from affecting the mental and physical faculties of a person?
Yes, I deal with that quite often and testify to that quite often. Is oftentimes when people are killed by another person, there's often methamphetamine involved.
Okay, now just to be clear for the record, you don't know this defendant, Nestor Hernandez, do you?
No, I do not.
Okay, can you speak to how methamphetamine would affect him personally?
No, I cannot.
So you would only be able to speak generally?
I can only speak in generalities. I cannot speak as to how a specific drug would affect a specific person.
Okay. But based on what you know about the effects of methamphetamine, can you describe for the jury how that would affect somebody in general?
So in general, people use methamphetamine because it's a stimulant. It can cause euphoria, in other words, make people feel good or feel high. Physiologically, it can cause tachycardia or rapid heartbeat, hypertension, also known as high blood pressure. It can cause adverse effects, including myocardial infarcts or heart attacks, sudden cardiac death, strokes, all kinds of terrible health consequences. Speaking as to the behavior of people in general, people can become anxious, have rapid changes of mood, can develop psychosis where they lose touch with reality and can sometimes become violent and even attack other people or kill other people in some instances.
Let me ask you this, Dr. Hastings. With regard to the injuries that Ms. Flowers suffered, can somebody survive those kind of injuries?
It would be very, very difficult to survive these types of injuries. The brain needs constant supply of blood and oxygen. It's very metabolically active. If you have the blood circulation to the brain cut off, you can lose consciousness within 10 seconds. So when you have these injuries to the carotid and the carotid artery, which is supplying the blood to the brain, that's a very, very serious injury that's rapidly lethal, and then the jugular vein as well, which is bringing all the blood back. So this is the type of injury that would have a very low survivability and is oftentimes very rapidly lethal.
Thank you, Doctor.
You're welcome.
All right, defense?
I believe I have no questions.
May this witness be released?
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
At this time, Your Honor, the state is going to offer State Exhibit number 139, as well as State Exhibit number 148. State 139 are the medical records of the defendant, Mr. Hernandez. State Exhibit number 148 on the medical records of one of the victims in this case, Katie Flowers. They are both from Methodist Hospital. They are also both accompanied by a business records affidavit by the custodian of records, Jimmy Estrada, for Methodist Dallas Medical Center. These records have been on file with the court at least 20 days prior to trial, and they were also previously tendered in discovery to the defense.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
All right. State Exhibits 139 and 148 are admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish and summarize for the jury, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So we'll start with State Exhibit number 148. These are the medical records for Katie Flowers. Start on page 1. It indicates that Katie Flowers is admitted to Methodist Hospital on October 22nd, 2022 at 11:40 a.m. Primary basic diagnosis, traumatic cardiac arrest. Basic diagnoses, traumatic cardiac arrest, as well as a gunshot wound of the neck. Going back to page 2. Puncture wound with foreign body of the left cheek. Puncture wound without foreign body of other specified part of the neck. On to page 4. Juliet Pideau, Katie Flowers says 112 years old, but female who represents the emergency department, Gunshot wound to the face, neck, unresponsive. We were notified by overhead that there was an active shooter in the hospital. I asked the charge nurse to activate a level 1 trauma, and shortly after the patient was brought downstairs with CPR in progress. Large amount of blood on the face and head, patient pulseless and apneic, meaning no breathing. Page 6, Juliet Hydo, female who represents the emergency department with cardiac arrest after gunshot wound to the face and neck. Emergently intubated patient while Dr. Simonson performed thoracotomy. There was initially no signs of life and patient appeared gravely ill. ROSC was obtained and trauma team take patient to the OR. And just for the record, ROSC is return of spontaneous circulation, in other words, no heartbeat. Here we're looking at page number 15. Complications, cardiac arrest, and start of case, unable to achieve ROSC, return of spontaneous circulation, heartbeat, time of death, called at 12:18 p.m. And then finally, just a description of the procedure. This is on page 16. This is an unknown age female who presented as a level 1 trauma, gunshot wound to the bilateral lower neck, supraclavicular region. The patient had a witnessed cardiac arrest, and due to the concern for intrathoracic or vascular injury, an anterolateral thoracotomy was performed in the trauma bay, as well as endotracheal intubation and activation of NTP. She was also noticed to have pulsatile bleeding from the gunshot wound on her right neck, and manual pressure was held for suspected carotid artery injury. Bilateral femoral carotid placement was attempted, however was unsuccessful due to inability to pass the wire beyond the iliac veins. After approximately 15 minutes, RSC was achieved and patient was taken emergently to the operating room. Description of procedure. Patient brought from trauma bay directly to the operating room and transferred to the table. Shortly after arriving in the operating room, patient went into cardiac arrest and opening cardiac messaging was initiated. While this was being done, the patient was quickly prepped and draped from chin to knees while maintaining manual pressure on the right neck. We began by performing a right cervical incision just anterior to the SCM. This was deepened through the subcutaneous tissues, and the carotid sheath was entered. It was immediately noted to be a laceration to the right common carotid, just proximal to the bifurcation. Proximal and distal control of the carotid was attained, and clamps were placed on either side of the injury. The right IJB was examined and noted to be intact without obvious injury. Next, we turn our attention to the abdomen, which had become increasingly distended given the patient's ongoing hemodynamic instability and clinical findings. Was elected to perform a laparotomy due to rule out hemoperitoneum and intra-abdominal injury. A short midline incision was made and deepened through the subcutaneous tissue with electrocautery. The fascia was incised and the peritoneal cavity entered. Initial inspection of the abdomen revealed no hemoperitoneum or succus. Therefore, no further explanation was performed. During the same time as the neck and abdominal explorations were being done, we continued to attempt cardiac placement in the groin for large volume resuscitation. Due to difficulty with obtaining percutaneous access, a right femoral cut down was performed for improved visualization. The right femoral vein was controlled proximately and distally with vessel loops, then accessed with the central line kit angiocath needle. Despite accessing the vein directly, we continued to encounter significant resistance when passing with the wire more than 10 to 15 centimeters. Ultimately, the patient was noted to have progressive hemorrhage from multiple sites and remained in cardiac arrest despite massive transfusion. Pupils were now fixed and dilated, and there was no organized activity observed. Time of death called at 12:18 p.m. We'll move on to state exhibit number 139. These are medical records, again from Dallas, Methodist Medical Center for the defendant. State Exhibit number 139. Page 1. This is just showing the discharge information when the defendant was initially admitted on 10/22 of 22. He was discharged on the same day at 6:31 p.m. Diagnosis: unspecified open wound, right thigh, puncture wound, right thigh. And finally, on page 39, with regard to a urine amphetamine screen, it was positive for amphetamines. And I'll just note for the record, based on review of all these records, there is no indication whatsoever of the defendant being prescribed any kind of amphetamines for treatment or otherwise. And at this time, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state rests.
Thank you. What says the defense?
Your Honor, we have Matt, we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this time.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute break. Let's be back at 2:50.
All right.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense will move for instructed verdict of acquittal, and that the state has failed to produce evidence as to each and every of the allegations contained in the state's indictment, which would allow a reasonable and rational trier of fact to conclude beyond a reasonable doubt that the state has met its burden in relation to each of the elements of that indictment.
What says the state in response?
The state, based upon the testimony and evidence it has presented during its case in chief, has proven beyond a reasonable doubt each and every element of the indictment in this case. And so we would object to the motion.
Thank you. The court's position is that the state has produced a scintilla of evidence which would warrant the defense to put on this case at this point. So your motion is denied.
Your Honor, I have further information or further testimony to put on the record, but I'd ask to be allowed to do so when we reconvene. I need a moment to consult my client.
Okay.